Mic check, test one, two. Ed Brookman to the judges stand right away, please. Ed Brookman to the judges stand. Now, thank you. First of three qualifiers this morning here at the Downs prior to opening day. It's scratched down to a field of four. Shadow of a Doubt and Mark Pazzarello, Boys Turn, and Larry Snow. Tahoe Sealster, Arden Mofford, D.A. Players Delight, and Martin Bates. Here they come. And there they go, off and pacing down the center. Tahoe Sealster at the inside. Shadow of a Doubt, both leaving there into the turn. But Tahoe Sealster quickly beat them out of there for Arden, and will lead it here by two at the opening eighth. Away second at the inside, Shadow of a Doubt. It's another length and a half back third to Boys Turn, and the early trailer in fourth is D.A. Players Delight. Single file at the opening quarter mile. It's Tahoe Sealster on a beautiful morning here to open up the 2026 season. 29-2 is a nice tempo here in the first qualifier. Tahoe Sealster on point at 3/8. On the pocket sitting Shadow of a Doubt. Sitting in third, no movement from Boys Turn and Larry Snow, and D.A. Players Delight continues to see them all from back there in fourth. So Tahoe Sealster, the midway point leader here, putting up nice early fractions for the Big M into the turn. Shadow of a Doubt right on the helmet there, second for Pazzarello, then a Boys Turn. And continuing to trail D.A. Players Delight, 1 minute and 1/5 for an opening half mile. Tahoe Sealster taking them backside to 3/4. Now Boys Turn aggressively here at a third and on to try and challenge that leader. The inside third, Shadow of a Doubt and D.A. Players Delight, but Tahoe Sealster finding more now and has reclaimed that lead and opened up three, past 3/4 in 1, 31-2. The inside, Shadow of a Doubt, Boys Turn, tried it first up, still advancing though on the outside as they swing into the stretch, and then D.A. Players Delight. Tahoe Sealster though has been the boss from the word go, and Arden Mofford here looks to get him home in the first of three qualifiers today. Boys Turn continued to drive on though, will finish a game second. Then D.A. Players Delight rallied in for third over Shadow of a Doubt. Tahoe Sealster home in the first qualifier today in 2:02-2. Rundown from today's first qualifier. Shadow of a Doubt finished fourth. Boys Turn was second. Tahoe Sealster, the race winner. JG's Fireball was scratched. D.A. Players Delight finished third. Fractions were 29-2, a minute and 1, 1:31-2, and the mile 2:02-2 for 3 Tahoe Sealster. Top down, it's 4-2-1. Scratch 3. All 4 entries that started met the qualifying standard for time here in today's first qualifier. Field of 5 for the second qualifier. They'll be on the track in the next couple of minutes. In the second qualifier today, the 3-entry Fly, Bulldog Fly, will be driven by Arden Mofford. Ed Brookman If you're on the grounds, you're needed in the judges' stand right away, please. Ed Brookman to the judges' stand. Thank you. Second qualifier lined up behind the gate with a field of 5. That includes Woodmere Bedard and Mark Pazzarello, Sky Low Low, and Adam Link. Fly, Bulldog, Fly, Arden Mofford. Trust Me, Hanover, Martin Bates, and Elm Grove Support for Keegan Matt. Field of 5 through the stretch. Here they come. There they go, off and pacing, and Trust Me, Hanover right on the gate there, leaving out into the turn. Away second is the Sky Low Low, now crossing over to be third as they head towards the opening 8th. Elm Grove Support away fourth at the inside, Woodmere Bedard, and going to be pulled up there, looks like possibly with broken equipment, is the 3-entry Fly, Bulldog, Fly. So be a field of 4 at the opening quarter. Martin Bates and Trust Me, Hanover. They'll lead it past the opening station. It's up in 30 and a 4/5. Sky Low Low rides the pocket second. Another length and a half back third to Elm Grove Support. And from the rail, Woodmere Bedard will see them back there in fourth and trailing. So off the 3/8 turn, no movement here in today's second qualifier in the early going. So that means Trust Me, Hanover can look for a second quarter breather here over Sky Low Low as they get set to hit that opening half mile. Elm Grove Support content to ride the pylons there for Keegan Madden third. And Woodmere Bedard, the trailer, back there in fourth. Into the turn they go. Off next to 5/8 half, just 104 and 1. So Trust Me, Hanover did get a second quarter breather and now has to deal with Sky Low Low, who's on to challenge on the outside second and looking to take the lead away. Elm Grove Support into the mix now third. And Woodmere Bedard gaps that front trio a bit there in fourth. Sky Low Low stuck her nose out in front here at 3/4, but Trust Me, Hanover now back on at the rail. Elm Grove Support is well spotted there third. And then Woodmere Bedard about 6 off the leaders, fourth, 3/4 and 1:36 and 2 for Trust Me, Hanover, who leads with just an 1/8 of a mile left to go, but there's 3 wide action here into the stretch. Sky Low Low down the center, and possibly coming quickest of all, fans out Elm Grove Support for the stretch drive. Trust Me, Hanover at the inside. Elm Grove Support and Keegan Madden on the outside. They're going to hit the line. Trust Me, Hanover, about a half length to the good. Over Elm Grove Support, Sky Low Low, and then Woodmere Bedard. They're home here in the second qualifier in 2:08 and 3. Rundown from today's second qualifier, Woodmere Bedard was fourth, Sky Low Low third. Fly, Bulldog, Fly did not finish. Entry had broken equipment past the start. Trust Me, Hanover, the race winner. Elm Grove Support was second. 30 and 4, 104 and 1, 136 and 2, mile 208 and 3 for 4. Trust Me, Hanover. Top down, it's 4-3 DNF, 1-2. The 4-entry Trust Me, Hanover, the only one in the group this morning that met the qualifying standard. Woodmere Bedard, Sky Low Low, Elm Grove Support. They will all have to re-qualify. Third and final qualifier will be scratched down to a field of 4. Take out the one Daddy's Eyes. 5 Mappos Lion. The driver this morning is Kevin Bailey. Entries for the third qualifier. We'll be on the track in a couple minutes. Just a notice to owners and trainers, please make sure that for all horse people with entries today, either drop your saddle pad number off when you come off the track or bring them to Justin Turnbull as soon as possible following the race. Thank you very much. Third and final qualifier this morning has a field of 4. Scratch the One, Daddy's Eyes. It's Spicy Son of a Beach, Mark Pazzarello, JG's Jumanji. Actually, we're down to a field of 3. You can take out JG's Jumanji as well. It's Red Rum She Wrote and Map O'Slyan. So that field of 3, they're off. And Map O'Slyan from the outside quickly to the front here for Kevin Bailey. Red Rum She Wrote is going to get away second. And from the rail, Pazzarello and Spicy Son of a Beach. They will trail this short trio in third. So they'll go the backstretch for time 1. The veteran Mappos Lion in his return here today at Nortside, where we saw him on 3 occasions last year. He will be the quarter pole leader over last year's Horse of the Year, Red Rum She Wrote, and Martin Bates. Their second, 29-4, opened it up. The free-legged Spicy Son of a Beach is another 2 lengths back there in third. So about 5 lengths separate the group front to back here, past 3/8 and beyond. Mappos Lion looks to cut the numbers here all the way in today's final qualifier. Red Rum She Wrote's going to get to draft along a long ways there, should she choose to do so, from second. And Spicy Son of a Beach just another length and a half back from that front pair in third. So the opening half mile to Mappos Lions up in a well-rated 1 minute and 4/5, 31 seconds in the second quarter split. Mappos Lion the leader down at 5/8 on Red Rum She Wrote. Now Spicy Son of a Beach is going to try a move from third there and keep the tempo rolling as they go next to 3/4. Spicy Son of a Beach on to try and engage Mappos Lion. Red Rum She Wrote in the pocket third, and that is stretched out Mappos Lion now as Bailey's called on him for more, and he's responded. 3/4 stepped in 1:31 flat, 30-1 in the third, and Mappos Lion sprinting now with just over 1/8 of a mile left to go. And the pair behind cannot keep up at this point. Red Rum She Wrote and Spicy Son of a Beach. Mappos Lion here comfortably on the line. Under wraps for Kevin Bailey. He's going to win the final qualifier today by about 9 or 10 over Spicy Son of a Beach. And Red Rum She Wrote, 28-3 was a sprint indeed. Mappos Lions home in 1:59-3. Rundown from today's third qualifier. Daddy's Eyes was scratched. Spicy Son of a Beach second. JG's Jumanji was scratched. Red Rum She Wrote third. Mappos Lion the race winner. 29-4, 1:04. 1:31 and the mile 1:59-3. 4, 5 Mappos Lion. Top down, it's scratch 2. Scratch 3. 1 on the bottom. All 3 entries in today's qualifier met the qualifying standard for time. That wraps up this morning's qualifiers. The changes for the opening day program here for 2026, they're coming up at approximately 12:30. Notice to owners, trainers, and drivers, a paddock meeting with the judges at 12:15, please. If you can be in the paddock at 12:15 for that meeting, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Nortside Downs. It's opening day of the 2026 season here at Nortside. We have a 7-dash card of harness racing on tap with first race post time set for 1 o'clock. Currently in North Sydney, wow, what a beautiful day to open up the 2026 season. Sunny skies in the forecast, 13 degrees, and we've got a fast track to open up the 2026 season. Great day weather-wise here live from North Sydney, Nova Scotia. Track conditions rated by members of the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission's officiating team. The senior judge this afternoon is Mr. Danny McKinnon. The associate judges are Mr. Danny Dowie and Mr. Craig Mills. On the starting gate and patrol judge today is Mr. Joe Garib. Here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes, and we'll caution you to the win odds for today's first race. If you're joining us online, Universal Media, Nortside Downs, YouTube, HPIBet.com, they need to be adjusted. They are not correct there. The first race has a field of 5, so disregard those odds on our tote board here live at the Downs or online as we work to get that corrected shortly. Thank you for your patience. First race today, equipment change on the one entry, Fancy Meeting You Here. Removing the burr pole from the inside to adding a burr pole on the outside. Afternoon second race starts the pick 5 for the 20-cent minimum wager. The changes include the 2-entry Rock and Twist, who adds a choke plate, and the 3-entry David Lloyd George, who goes from an open to closed bridle, taking off the Crescendo and going to a rubber bit, and minus the birch and adding a chin chain. Turning over to race number 3 in the third today, the 1-entry Affair Somewhere. Removing the hood with cups and the Murphy blind, and we'll add a Pelling pacifier and brace bandages behind. Also in the third today, scratch the 3-entry At the Helm by the judges ineligible. The entry will not go. Fourth race to start, the pick 4. 3 Red Dirt Legacy. Adds a burr pole on the outside and also adds a tail tie. Turning over to race number 5 in the 5th, Zayden's Luck is scratched today by the judges ineligible, will not start. 6th race winners over to start the late daily double on opening day. A couple of changes. 4 Kiss Me I'm Irish. She adds a jawbreaker this afternoon. And the 5 Windermere Ryan adding earplugs. And the afternoon 7th and final, there are no program changes. And that wraps up today's program and equipment changes at 12:41, 19 minutes away from the opener. First of 7 here on opening day 2026 kicks off the early daily double on the wagering menu, along with Triactor Exactor, Superfecta, and Win Place Show wagering. Entries will be on the track for the afternoon and season opener in about 12 minutes.
What a night it's going to be for harness racing.
We're off and pacing.
They win the Gold Cup in Charter.
Great stretch drive here at the Downs. Just going to have a slight delay here with our first race post time today. We announced earlier we did have a problem with our tote board and our odds for those joining us on track and online. They have been fixed by Universal Media, so we thank them and thank you for the patience. 14 minutes is on the board, 14 minutes, but we're going to adjust that to about 8 minutes now to post here for the afternoon's first race. Entries will be coming out for post parade for the opener momentarily. First race entries are now on the track for post parade. A very fancy man, the one, is owned and trained by Danny Campbell. Larry Snow will do the driving. Two Blondies boy for Richie and Sandra O'Donnell. Richie O'Donnell trains with Mark Pezzarello. Three Fancy Meeting You Here is owned and trained by Norm Finder with Arden Mofford. Sunshine Lucas 4 is owned, trained, and driven by Kevin Bailey. Five Windermere Fluster rounds out the field. Owned and trained by Norm Finder. Adam Link will do the driving. Field of five for the afternoon's first opening race of the 2026 season here at Nortside. Kicks off the early daily double with Triactor Exactor Superfecta Win Place Show wagering. 3 minutes to first race post time. So it's non-winners of 1 and 2. To open up the season here at the Downs, track announcer Shane Ryan up top, welcoming you back. Whether you're joining us on track or watching online this afternoon, we appreciate your support. And just a beautiful day here in North Sydney, Nova Scotia for opening day 2026. 7 races on tap. In the first race today, we landed on the 4-entry Sunshine Lucas as our top selection. Comes in off the qualifier, a victory in 2:04.1. And that was the same time as the 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Colt got his maiden score last year, 1 for 14 in the win column, and that win was in 2:04.1. Looked good in the qualifier. Short group of 5 here, and right now is the second choice at 3-2, the 4 Sunshine Lucas. Playing the exactor here in the first. I'm going to go to the rail, and that is for the 1-entry, A Very Fancy Man, the Somewhere Fancy Colt. Debuts here today for owner-trainer Danny Campbell. Larry Snow was in the bike for the qualifier. It was a solid one, 2:05.1, finishing third to Sunshine Lucas. Draws inside here today. Just lightly raced, only 2 starts last season in August, and then put on the shelf for the rest of the year. So we'll see how the 3-year-old comes back. The Somewhere Fancies did very well on the local stakes circuit last season here at the Atlantic Sire Stakes, and, of course, other local stakes throughout the Maritimes. So we'll see if this Somewhere Fancy Colt is ready to roll from the rail. And right now you're getting 5-2 on 1 A Very Fancy Man. You're playing the Triactor 5 Windermere Fluster. I'm going to use this one. Was 4-1 on the morning line. The qualifier was only in 2:06.3, but look back to last year on the chart lines, and Windermere Fluster raced in this class for most of the year and finished with 3 seconds and 6/3. So hit the top 3 9 times, and in a short field of 5 with some improvement off the qualifier. She's the most experienced one in the group. The 4-year-old articulator mare will use her to round out the try. Right now, she is a long shot at 17-1. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'll go to the 2 Blondies Boy. 7 starts last season with 1 third place finish. So a little bit of experience. Another Somewhere Fancy Colt for Team O'Donnell here. Mark Pazzarello did a lot of the driving last year when Blondie's Boy was a 2-year-old. The qualifier was solid, 2-5-2, and draws inside here today. 6-1 right now on 2 Blondie's Boy. 4-1-5-2 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Starter Joe Garib and the McRae Home Hardware starting gate. They're in motion. It's post time for the afternoon's opener. First race of the afternoon. Field of 5. McRae Home Hardware starting 8 at the top of the stretch. A Very Fancy Man, Larry Snow. Blondie's Boy, Mark Pazzarello. Fancy meeting you here, Arden Mofford. Sunshine Lucas, Kevin Bailey. Windermere Fluster, Adam Link. The opener's on gate. They're on stride. Post time at Nortside. They're off and pacing at the inside. The two there are leaving out a Very Fancy Man and Blondie's Boy into the turn. Away third, we find Fancy Meeting You Here. Sunshine Lucas looks at it from fourth. And from the outside, away fifth, the trailer, is a Windermere of Fluster. So they're in programmed order right now. Down the backstretch for time one, the 3-year-old Somewhere Fancy Colt, a Very Fancy Man, and Larry Snow. They're clear by 5. Now Sunshine Lucas aggressively here from fourth to third to second, and on to try and take over the lead at that opening quarter, and it is up in 30 and a 2/5. Sunshine Lucas has struck the front here down at 3/8 over a Very Fancy Man. Blondie's Boy about 6 more lengths back in third. Wide fourth, Windermere Fluster. And the trailer now at the inside fifth is Fancy Meeting You Here. So at the opening half mile, Sunshine Lucas is clear by 3 for Kevin Bailey on a Very Fancy Man. At the inside third is a Blondie's Boy. Then 3 more lengths back fourth to Fancy Meeting You Here. Half's up in a minute. And 4/5, Sunshine Lucas strong backstretch bound to 3/4. At the inside second, a Very Fancy Man. Blondie's Boy a bit closer third. Fancy Meeting You Here at the inside from fourth, and then Windermere Fluster. But Sunshine Lucas is strong here in the first and stepped 3/4 in 1, 31 and 3, and clear by 6. Going to 7/8, it's still Sunshine Lucas. The battle's on for second, a Very Fancy Man, Blondie's Boy. And then Windermere Fluster. It looks like Fancy Meeting You Here put in some steps around the turn. But the opener, it's all Sunshine Lucas on cruise control here to open up 2026. Kevin Bailey and Sunshine Lucas, they score by about 7. Blondie's Boy drove in for second. A Very Fancy Man and Windermere Fluster to round out the top 4 in 2:03 and 3. We got a birthday greeting to send out here on opening day, and we're sending that all the way back up to the west side of the island. Tuning in online this afternoon, Alex Trapper McQuarrie celebrating a birthday today. Happy birthday, Trapper. Hope you're enjoying the races online this afternoon. That's from all your friends here at Nortside Downs. There's Sunshine Lucas back in the first race. Winner's Circle, the 3-year-old Bay Colt by Sunshine Beach, is out of the Shadow Play Dam Circle of Love. Owned, trained, and driven to victory by Kevin Bailey. Start on the season as a winning one. The Colt gets his second lifetime win today, and when it goes official, it will be a new race win record. 2-0-3-3. Sunshine Lucas and Kevin Bailey in the afternoon's opener at Nortside Downs. Afternoon's first race is now official. A Very Fancy Man was third. Blondie's Boy second. Fancy Meeting You Here was fifth. Sunshine Lucas, the race winner. Windermere Fluster finished fourth. Fractions were 30 and 2, a minute and 4. 131 and 3. And the mile, 203 and 3. That's a new race win record for Sunshine Lucas. From the top down, your program reads 3, 2, 5, 1, then 4 on the bottom. Sunshine Lucas return backers 220, 250, and 210 across the board for the winner. Blondie's Boy at 350 and 380. A Very Fancy Man, $2.40 to show. 4-2 Exactor in the opener, $5.30. 4-2-1 Try returned $14.10. And the $1 Superfecta 4-2-1-5 at $53.95. Afternoon second race comes up next. It's a field of 5 to start the pick 5 on opening day with a 20-cent minimum wager. And for the call of today's second race, we welcome back to the booth Mr. Justin Turnbull.
The afternoon's second race entries now on track for post parade. The 1 is Payline. He's owned, trained, and driven by Roddy Gillis. The 1 is Payline. Two, Rock and Twist, is owned by Butch Harko. John Harko trains and drives the 2, Rock and Twist. 3, David Lloyd George, is owned by Keegan Madden, Ken Madden, and Harold LeBlanc Jr. Harold LeBlanc Jr. is the trainer. Keegan Madden drives the 3, David Lloyd George. 4, Halmack Napoleon, for Ian McKinnon, Joel LeBlanc, Harold LeBlanc, and Brendan McQueen. Ian does the training. Sean Link will drive the 4, Halmack Napoleon. Rounding out the field is the 5, Kraken Sealster, is owned by Carl Campbell. Warren McKinnon is the trainer. Arden Mofford drives the 5, Kraken Sealster. Down to 5 minutes to post time here in the afternoon's second race. Starts the pick 5, Triactor Exactor Superfecta, Win Place Show Wagering. 5 minutes till second race post time. With down to 5 minutes to post time here in the afternoon's second race, for my top selection in here, I'll go to the rail entry, Payline, the 7-year-old big gelding by Better Than Cheddar. He did qualify on May the 2nd for Roddy Gillis in 2:04.2, finished third to Country Diamond. Last season, he did have 6 wins from 27 starts. I look to see Payline up close or near on the lead today. So for first, I'll go to the rail, Payline, and Roddy Gillis here in the second. For second here in the afternoon second, I'll go to the 5 entry, Kraken Sealster. He is coming off a second place finisher on May the 2nd, where he qualified to Thunder Alley, charting his own mile in 2:01.4, closing it out in 29.1. Last season, the 6-year-old gelding by Lazarus had 4 wins on the season from 24 starts. So for second, I'll go to the odds-on favorite, Kraken Sealster, as he is currently 4-5. For third here in the afternoon second, I'll go to the 2 entry, Rock and Twist. He is coming off a win in his qualifier on May the 5th for driver John Hocko in 2:06.2, where he closed out in 31.1. Last season, he did have 6 wins from 29 starts. So for third, I'll go to the 2, Rock and Twist, and John Hocko, as they're now the favorite at 1-9. If you're playing the superfecta here in the afternoon second race, I'll go to the 3, David Lloyd George. He comes in off a 4th place finish in his qualifier on May the 2nd to Country Diamond in 2:04.2 for driver Keegan Madden, where he closed it out in 29.2. Last season, he did have 7 wins on the season from 27 starts. So for 4th, I'll go to the 3, David Lloyd George and Keegan Madden here in the second. Starter calls the horses. It's post time. The afternoon second race lines up behind the McRae Home Hardware Building Center starting gate with a field of 5. Rail out, pay line, Roddy Gillis, Rock and Twist, John Hocko, David Lloyd George, Keegan Madden, Halmack, Napoleon, Sean Link, Kraken, Sealster. On the outside for Arden Mofford. Second race is at the top of the stretch. Recall, afternoon second race has been recalled by the starter. The recall in the afternoon second race was on 2, Rock and Twist with broken equipment. Better calls the horses. It's post time. The afternoon's second race lines up with a field of 5. Pay line on the rail for Roddy Gillis, Rock and Twist, John Hocko, David Lloyd George, Keegan Madden, Halmack Napoleon, Sean Link, and Kraken Sealster on the outside for Arden Mofford. The afternoon's second race is at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Pay line along the rail, Rock and Twist, and David Lloyd George. Those three fire out of there into the turn. Halmack Napoleon goes fourth, and the early trailer back there fifth. That is Kraken Sealster. David Lloyd George cleared to the pylons in line to Keegan Madden. Rock and Twist goes second. Pay line from the rail goes third. Halmack Napoleon can see them fourth, and Kraken Sealster, he's the early trailer back there in fifth. Keegan Madden's up front, aboard David Lloyd George, past the opening quarter. Rock and Twist is there second. Payline goes third. The opening quarter was stepped in 28-4. Halmack Napoleon goes fourth, and Kraken Sealster, he is still the trailer back there in fifth. David Lloyd George is the leader. Rock and Twist goes second. Payline is there third. Halmack Napoleon fourth. Kraken Sealster, the trailer back there in fifth. As they're coming in front of us for the first time, David Lloyd George, the midway point leader here in the second. Pocket pulling at a second. Rock and Twist, he's first up from second. Payline is there third. Halmack Napoleon second over fourth. Kraken Sealster, the trailer back there fifth. As they're halfway home in a minute, flat for David Lloyd George as he'll take them backstretch bound to three quarters. Rock and Twist looking that leader in the eye there second. Payline, he angled off the cones there third. Halmack Napoleon fourth. Kraken Sealster, he is still the trailer back there fifth. Rock and Twist has cleared past three quarters. Payline takes over second. David Lloyd George is third. Three quarters was stepped in 1:30-1. Rock and Twist, the new leader. Payline is angled out for a shot. Halmack Napoleon is there third. Eighth of a mile left to go. Rock and Twist, the leader. Payline is angled out for a shot. The battle will be on for third as they are coming to the wire. Rock and Twist will get up for John Hocko. Second, that'll be Payline. Halmack Napoleon third. Kraken Sealster is fourth. Rock and Twist stop the clock in the afternoon second in 2 minutes, 4/5. Judges' inquiry here in the afternoon second. Judges are looking at racing action into the stretch with rock and twist, possible pylon violation. There's Rock and Twist returning back to the second race winner circle. The 9-year-old bay pacing gelding by Sunshine Beach from the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. So Rock is owned by Butch Hocko Jr. from Sydney. John Hocko trains and drives. First win on the season for Rock and Twist. That'll be his 35th lifetime. The mile is up in 2 minutes, 4/5. Afternoon second race is now official. The judges did look at the pylon violation and ruled Rock and Twist did go in one pylon, so therefore, with no placings needed, the second race is official. Payline was second, Rock and Twist the race winner. David Lloyd George was fifth, Halmack Napoleon fourth, and Kraken Sealster was fourth. The fractions were 28 and 4, 1 minute flat, 1:30 and 1, and the mile 2 minutes 4/5 for 2. Rock and Twist. Top down your program should read 215, 3 and 4. On the bottom, Rock and Twist paid 1070, 490, and 620. The 1 pay line 230 and 240, and the 4 Halmack Napoleon $2.50 to show. The $2 exactor here in the afternoon second for 2-1, it paid $24.20. The $2 triactor for 214, it paid $63.60, and the $2 daily double for 4-2 came in at $30.70, and the $1 superfecta 2145, it paid $154.70. Upcoming third race is up next in 10 minutes.
Third race entries on track for post parade. Affair Somewhere, the one, is co-owned by Arden Mofford, Jimmy Lewis, and Manzi McVicker. Warren McKinnon does the training. Arden Mofford drives. Two, Cowboy Gilles, is owned by Jeff Lynch, trained by Tom Lynch with Adam Link. Three, At the Helm, is scratched. Four, Sunny Jacks, Deborah Rankin owns. Colin Rankin trains with Larry Snow. Five, Maverick Treasure, for Arden Mofford, Manzi McVicker, and Allison Bootler. Warren McKinnon training and driving. Six, Poplar Artie will round out the field. Kerry McCaskill owns. John Hocko trains. Sean Link is in the bike. Scratch down to a field of five for the afternoon's third, which features Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta, and Win Place Show Wagering. 5 minutes to third race post time. So a field of five for the afternoon's third, and the current favorite at 1-2. Off the rail is the one, Affair Somewhere. And if you are looking at our programs again this year at the Downs, you'll notice that Peter's Picks has a weekly selections in, and Peter does a great job. He's got Affair Somewhere as his top choice as well, and you can read his comments on his top three picks in all races here at the Downs throughout the season. Affair Somewhere, 2 for 26 in the win column last season. And the qualifier was good. Second to Cross Cut, closing quarter 31, mile of 2:04. Affair Somewhere had been racing up, you'll see last year, as high as non-winners of 6:01 to close out the season. So drops down to the 351s for the first start here of the season and draws the rail, which is an advantage here at the Downs. So 1-2, not surprising. The current favorite, our top choice, the one, Affair Somewhere. For second, I've thrown in a long shot here right now, the longest shot on the board at 10-1. That's the 5, Maverick Treasure. And I did so, the other Warren McKinnon trainee, off of a really good qualifier here on May 2nd. A winner by a nose in 2:03 and 3. And if you notice, that's the fastest win trip. It is a qualifier, but last season had 2 wins from 10 starts here at the Downs. Hit the board 7 times, but you'll notice on some chart lines, did pace some really good miles at Inverness last June. Finished 6th in an Atlantic Sire Stakes event, but was charted in 59 and 2. Was charted in 59 and 4 at Truro. And even the August start at Nortside last year, his final start of his 3-year-old season, was race time to 2-1 and 4. So he's flashed some speed in the past. He's drawn a little bit outside here today. Warren McKinnon, who's now training, is going to hop on board here for Arden Mofford, Manzi McVicker, and Allison Bootler. And right now we're getting a good price at 7-1 to round out the exactor with the 2 Warren McKinnon trainees, 1 and 5. For third, I've gone to the 4, Sonny Jacks, Deborah Rankin owns, Colin Rankin trains, and Larry Snow, who was in the bike for the qualifier, back in on board here, the 5-year-old Peng Shui gelding. Nice season last year here at the Downs, 4 wins, 12 top 3 finishes. And another one who gets some class relief here in the first start of the season, finished the year off up in non-winners of 7-10 against the likes of Candid Cameron, who we'll see later on this afternoon. So a good post to work with here. We'll leave from post 3 down the center. Qualifier was good, and 5-1, I think now is a fair price on the 4, Sonny Jacks, to round out the try. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I'm going to go to the veteran Cowboy Gilles, who did not race in 2025, and nice to see him back at the races. The now 13-year-old gelding by Brandon's Cowboy has racked up 31 lifetime wins, over 200 starts in his career, and closing in on 90 top 3 finishes. Qualifier was okay, 2-5-3, drafted along behind Savoie de Hara, and would probably get an inside trip here today to round out the Superfecta, and the price is right for that if you're playing the Super at 12-1. 1-5-4-2 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call at the windows for the afternoon's third at Nortside Downs. Third race of the afternoon in the hands of the starter. It's post time. Scratch down to a field of 5 behind McRae Home Hardware starting gate. Rail out, it's a fair somewhere in Arden Mofford. Cowboy Gilles, Adam Link. Sonny Jacks and Larry Snow. Maverick Treasure, Warren McKinnon. Poplar Artie on the grandstand side for Sean Link. Afternoon's third race comes to the top of the stretch. They're on gate. They're on stride. Post time at Northside. They're off and pacing in the third. Sonny Jacks down the center quickly to the top. Cowboy Gilles leaving out there second. At the inside third, we find a fair somewhere. Maverick Treasure is tucked away fourth. And the early trailer back there in fifth will be Poplar Artie. So Larry Snow and Sonny Jacks will take them backside to that opening station. They're a length and a half clear of the pocket, sitting a fair somewhere. The veteran Cowboy Gilles tried a leaving move. Adam Link has taken him back to sit third. Past that opening station, Maverick Treasure got away 4:30, and one opened it up, and Poplar Artie is the trailer, can see them all from back there in fifth. So they've headed to 3/8. And no early movement here in the third today. So Sonny Jacks gets to control the tempo with no immediate pressure around the turn for the first time. A fair somewhere. The Big M's looking over his shoulder and might be right lining here as they approach that opening half mile. Cowboy Jill at the inside from third. Poplar already started the backfield up, and he's going to catch some cover now as Link will be spotted second over fourth. Opening half mile stepped in 1:02 and 1. Sonny Jacks taking them to 5/8. Affair Somewhere out of the pocket now, just a neck away second. Cowboy Jill fills the pocket third, wide fourth. Second over, Poplar already and Maverick Treasure, some work to do there. Fifth, they're paired up, going to 3/4. Nose to nose up front. Sonny Jacks back on at the inside. Affair Somewhere a half length off the leader second. Poplar already into the mix third. 3/4 stepped in 1. 32 and 4. Affair Somewhere stubborn here with 1/8 of a mile left to go against Sonny Jacks. Poplar already fanning out 3 wide. 4 high into the stretch comes Maverick Treasure. Affair Somewhere is taken over. Sonny Jacks, Maverick Treasure, deep stretch now. Maverick Treasure, Affair Somewhere on the line. Held on to win it over a hard-charging Maverick Treasure. The Warren McKinnon trainees are 1-2 in the afternoon's third. Sonny Jacks rounds out the top 3 in 2:03 and 4. Affair Somewhere's back in the third race winner struggle at Nortside. 7-year-old brown gelding by Lions Somewhere from the Western Terror Dam. Notable Beauty. For owners, Arden Mofford, Jimmy Lewis, Manzi McVicker, Warren McKinnon trains, and Arden Mofford's in the bike for the win. Affair Somewhere started off 2026. Perfect 1-for-1. Gets his 13th lifetime victory this afternoon. 2:03 and 4. Affair Somewhere and Arden Mofford in the afternoon's third at Nortside Downs. Afternoon's third race is now official. Affair Somewhere, the race winner. Cowboy Gilles was fourth. At the Helm scratched. Sunny Jacks third. Maverick Treasure second. Poplar Artie finished fifth. Through fractions of 30 and 1, 102 and 1, 132 and 4, and the mile 203 and 4 for one Affair Somewhere. From the top down, your program reads 1, 4 scratched, 3, 2, 5 on the bottom. Affair Somewhere 240, 210 and 210. Maverick Treasure 430 and 280. And Sunny Jacks $3.20 to show. The 1-5 exactor in the third today, $5.30. 154 triactor, $18 even. And the $1 superfecta, 1542, it returned $22.05. Afternoon's fourth comes up next to start the pick four at the Downs field of 5, and they'll be set to go to post in 11 minutes. Warren McKinnon, phone the judges stand, please. Warren McKinnon, phone the judges. Fourth race entries on track for Post Parade. Two-Tone Terror, the one. For Josh and Jeffrey Lynch, Tom Lynch trains. Adam Link will do the drive. 2 Salzbrook Honey here for a Good Time Stable of the owners. John Hocko trains with Sean Link. 3 Red Dirt Legacy. Keegan Madden drives for trainer Richie O'Donnell, who co-owns with Sandra O'Donnell. Roland Reed, the 4. Danny and Terry Morrison, Dr. Reg Landry share the ownership. Danny Morrison trains with Harold LeBlanc Jr. 5 Farmers Fieldstone rounds out the field. Sandra and Richie O'Donnell co-own. Richie does the training. Mark Pazzarello is in the bike. It's a field of 5 for the afternoon's 4th. Again, starts that pick 4, 20-cent minimum wager, Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta. Win, play, show wagering. 5 minutes to 4th race post time. Four minutes to the afternoon's 4th race, and a pretty even betting board here. The current second choice at even money is the 4-entry Roland Reed, 5-2 on the morning line. Our top choice to start the pick 4, Harold LeBlanc Jr. drives. Danny and Terry Morrison, Dr. Reg Landry are the owners, 4-time winner last season. And the qualifier here was Sharp last Saturday. Led all the way and finished second by a nose to Maverick Treasure, who we just saw, and he raced well to finish second in the afternoon's 3rd. So off of that good qualifier, short field, a winner last year in 2 minutes flat at Truro. We're going to lean on Roll and Reed for Harold LeBlanc Jr., again currently at even money to start today's pick 4 in the 4th. For second, I've got the current favorite here at 4-5. That's the 2-entry Salzbrook Honey here for a Good Time Stable. They're teaming up with trainer John Hocko, who's already found the winner's circle in the afternoon second with Rock and Twist. John looks for an early training double. He's got Sean Link driving the 6-year-old Big Jim mare, a 3-time winner last season. Her best was 2 minutes and 4/5 here at the Downs. Aiden Dix had done a lot of the driving aboard Salzbrook Honey. Not sure if Aiden's watching online this afternoon, but we'll send a shout out and good luck to Hollywood, who's working up in Ontario now. And we wish him well. He's not with us driving this year at Nortside, but he got along well with this mare last year. You see some 1s, 2s, and 3s on the card. She hit the board 8 times. So Sean Link hops on board today, and she is the current favorite. We're using her to round out the exactor at 4-5. For third, I went to the outside post 5, and right now we're getting 10-1 on Farmers Fieldstone. Mark Pazzarello teams up with the O'Donnells here aboard the 4-time winner last season. And Mark was the regular pilot here from October on, drove her most of her starts last season, and guided her to a life's best 2:01-2 here at the Downs for the top dash-winning driver, Mark Pazzarello, last year in 2025. So he's got the outside post here, but the mare has has raced well. She did hit the board 11 times last season, banked over 4,600. And she is a threat here to upset them at 11 to 1. We're going to use her to round out the try. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I went to the one-entry two-tone Terror. Josh and Jeff Lynch teaming up with Adam Link. First start of the season, of course, for the mare. She was a two-time winner last season. Her best trip, 201-1 at Inverness. Right now, she is at 2 to 1. Four, two, five, one are my top four selections. Good luck with yours. The afternoon's fourth race in the hands of the starter. It's post time. It's Two-Tone Terror and Adam Link, Salzbrook Honey, Sean Link, Red Dirt Legacy, Keegan Madden, Roll and Reed, Harold LeBlanc Jr., Farmers Fieldstone on the grandstand side for Mark Pazzarello. Field of 5 for the afternoon's fourth. They come to the top of the stretch. Fourth race from Nortside. They're on gate. They're on stride. Post time at Nortside. They're off and pacing. A good-looking start here. 4 wide. They're sending into the turn. Red Dirt Legacy down the center. Roll and Reed fanning out 3 high. Between pacers, Salzbrook Honey and guarding the rail. Two-Tone Terror. As emerged up front, though, it is Red Dirt Legacy and Roll and Reed and Harold LeBlanc Jr. They'd like to get down to the pylons. And they have just cleared Red Dirt Legacy now well before the opening quarter. Red Dirt Legacy rides the pocket now second from the rail. Two-Tone Terror, she got away third. Salzbrook Honey sits fourth, and Farmers Fieldstone. We'll see them all from back there in fifth. 30 seconds flat, opened it up. The afternoon's fourth, en route to 3/8 with Roll and Reed. On point. Red Dirt Legacy might get a perfect pocket ride at Northside here to start 2026. Go second. Two-Tone Terror angling out here early for Adam Link to come first up third. Looking to catch that cover probably will be Salzbrook Honey now. She'll be second over fourth at the half. And fifth and trailing, but moving out is Farmers Fieldstone as the Roll and Reed gets a few reminders to drive on from Harold LeBlanc Jr. over the half in 101 and 2. But Two-Tone Terror now has emerged the danger on the outside going to 5/8 second. Inside third, Red Dirt Legacy. Farmers Fieldstone's getting motivated from fourth. Salzbrook Honey yet to be heard from fifth. They're next to 3/4. Roll and Reed finding more at the inside now. Clear by 2. Two-Tone Terror. She's a known closer, and she's second on the outside here, applying pressure. Past 3/4. Red Dirt Legacy's going to need a way out third. Farmers Fieldstone. Pazzarello might be looking 3 wide there from fourth. 3/4 in 1. 32 and 4, just over 1/8 of a mile left to go to start the pick 4 on Saturday at the Downs. Roll and Reed clinging to the lead into the stretch. Two-Tone Terror, Farmers Fieldstone, Salzbrook Honey down to the rail. Red Dirt Legacy 5 across. Best stretch drives in the Maritimes. Oh, and we got an absolute beauty on opening day. All 5 in a win photo in the fourth in 2:04 and 3. In the win photo, it's the 5, Farmers Fieldstone. Well, that was a stretch drive for the ages here on opening day 2026. Just a 5-horse field, and every one of them is going to be charted probably within a length here. And a lot of leadership changes, and Farmers Fieldstone emerged late and fended off a late challenge from Salzburg Honey to find the winner's circle. 7-year-old Bay Mare by Art Speak from the Shadow Plate and Farmers Shadow. Co-owned by Sandra and Richie O'Donnell. Richie O'Donnell does the training. Mark Pazzarello worked out a second over trip to guide the mare to the wind on opening day. She's 1 for 1 in 2026. She gets her 11th lifetime victory this afternoon. The best stretch drives in the Maritimes. We proved it here in the afternoon's 4th today at the Regent Street Oval. Farmers Fieldstone and Mark Pazzarello prevailed in a 4th race thriller in 2:04 3. Fourth race, official Two-Tone Terror finished 4th. Salzburg Honey was 2nd. Red Dirt Legacy 5th. Roll in Reed 3rd. Farmers Fieldstone was the race winner. 30, 101 2, 132 4, and the mile 2:04 3 for 5 Farmers Fieldstone. From the top down, it's 4, 2, 5, 3, then 1 on the bottom. Farmers Fieldstone lit up the tote board. She got to the line first, and she's the longest shot in the 4th. 28.80 to start the pick 4 to win. 5:10 and 2:10 across the board for the winner. Salzburg Honey 3:30 and 2:20, and Roland Reed $2.10 to show. Exactor in the 4th today paid off on 5 all at $90.60. The 5-2-4 try was $63.40, and the $1 superfecta 5-2-4-1 at $199.15. Afternoon's 5th comes up next. It's scratched down to a field of 5. Take out the 5, Zayden's Luck. That field of 5, they'll go to post in 11 minutes. There's the place photo. Great five-way finish there in today's fourth with just the 5 entries separated by less than a half a length. Farmers Fieldstone in the middle over Salzbrook, Honey, and Roland Reed. Compliments of the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission and Doreen. Great shot here on opening day. 5-way photo in the fourth. Fifth race entries on track for Post Parade. Jim's Big Thrill, the one. For Jimmy and Jane Lewis from Albert Bridge, Warren McKinnon trains. Arden Mofford will do the driving. Two Candid Cameron is owned by Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, and Colin Rankin. Colin does the training. Larry Snow is up. Three Crosscut is owned by Caleb McNeil, trained and driven by Joe Poirier. Four Check Your Source is owned by Caleb McNeil as well, trained by Joe Poirier with Keegan Madden. 5 Zayden's Luck is scratched. 6 Last Chance rounds out the field. Owned, trained, and driven by Richie Barlock. It's a field of 5 to contest the afternoon's fifth. Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta, and Win Play Show wagering. There's 5 minutes to fifth race post time. So it's a field of 5 for today's fifth race, and went to the 3-1 choice off the rail. That's the 8-year-old gelding Jim's Big Thrill. Arden Mofford teams up with trainer Warren McKinnon and Jimmy and Jane Lewis here on 6-time winner last season at the Downs. Had 14 top 3 finishes, looking for his 19th lifetime win, and did show some good speed. Non-winners of 8:01 back in late October here at the Downs. Arden was in the bike, a wire-to-wire score in 58-4. Qualifier was good, made a move in it, closed in 28-4 for a mile of 2:03-3 against Candid Cameron, who should be his main foe here. So we're going to try for a minor upset, but right now Jim's Big Thrill is the favorite at 4-5, as 1 and 2 taking all the tote action here with 4 minutes to post. For second, I went to the two Candid Cameron. Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, Colin Rankin share the ownership. Larry Snow will get the catch drive call here as Arden Mofford had driven the 12-year-old sports writer gelding quite a bit last season, and it was a good season here at the Downs. 8 wins from 30 starts, the season's best 58-4. This guy's closing in on $150,000 in career earnings, and showed some gate speed in the qualifier. Was on top through some reasonable fractions with Arden in the bike and closed in 29-2 for a mile in 2:03-1. He was in the Governor's Cup Series last year, so had raced some tough company in November and draws well here today. He is a legit win candidate, and at even money right now, off 5-2 on the morning line, the public agrees. Candid Cameron will use to round out the fifth race exact. You're playing the triactor. I'm going to go to one of the two Caleb McNeil entries, and that's the 4-entry Check Your Source, who had some good racing luck here last season after being acquired midway through the year. Had done well in the optional 7,000 claimer here with a couple of victories with Joe Poirier, one in 59-3 and 59-4, both on the engine scores. Had 5 wins last year, season's best at Charlottetown, 56-4. Keegan Madden gets the catch drive call here today. Qualifier was okay. He was on the move early in it and had some quick fractions on the back end, so had to settle for 4th. Raced in 2-4-1, but got around the Downs here good last year, and Keegan hopping on board. No win tickets right now. If you're looking for another upset here, we just had the longest shot on the board win in the 4th, so might want to take a flyer here on 4 Check Your Source, who was only 7-2 on the morning line. We're going to use that one to round out the top 3. And if you're playing the Superfect, I'm going to go to the outside. Currently the third choice with the public at 2-1 is the 6 Last Chance, the 5-year-old Arthur Blue Chip mare. She had a nice season last year for owner, trainer, driver Richie Barlock. She had 5 wins here at the Downs, 1 in 2 minutes and 3/5, and hit the board in 50% of her starts, earned over $5,000. Warren McKinnon qualified her for Richie in 2-3-3. And she had raced mid-level competition here last year at Nortside with success. She can leave the gate, but she saddled with that outside post here today. But she'll be in the mix, I think, for sure. And the public agrees. She's the solid third choice here at 3-1 with just a minute to post. 1, 2, 4, 6 are my top 3 selections. Good luck with yours. Final call for wagering here on the afternoon's 5th at Nortside Downs. Afternoon's 5th race in the hands of the starter. It's post time. Another field of 5 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate around the turn. Jim's Big Thrill, Arden Mofford, Candid Cameron, and Larry Snow. Cross cut, Joe Poirier. Check Your Source, Keegan Madden. And Last Chance on the grandstand side. Field of 5 comes to the top of the stretch. They're on gate. They're on stride. Post time at Nortside. There they go, off and pacing, and the inside two, both leaving hard there into the turn. Jim's Big Thrill with rail control. Candid. Cameron wants to take that away, and those two may duke it out here early going to the opening eighth. Candid. Cameron has emerged in line to Larry Snow. Jim's Big Thrill would not take him on. He sits second. Third, about 3 lengths back off those leaders. We find Crosscut, then gapping fourth to Check Your Source. And Last Chance is the trailer back there in fifth. This group of 5, they're well strung out here to the opening quarter. Pitter patter, let's get at her on opening day. 29 seconds flat. The sprint was on. Candid, Cameron, and Larry Snow. They will cut the numbers here in the afternoon's fifth. Jim's Big Thrill set up for a perfect pocket ride at Northside there second. Away third, mid-pack towards the half is a Crosscut. Sitting in fourth, Check Your Source. Last Chance may look to get underway. To start the backfield rolling there in fifth. Candid Cameron, a length and a half to the good, though, down at the half, and was there in a rock-solid 1 minute. 2/5. Clear by 2 en route to 5/8. Now there's movement at a third. Crosscut and Joe Poirier. They're going to come first up next to 3/4. Staying in fourth, Check Your Source. Last Chance back to the pylons. Fifth, they're rolling now to that third station. Candid Cameron still 2 lengths to the good on Jim's Big Thrill. Stalled third, Crosscut on the outside. Check Your Source skims the pylons fourth. 3/4 and 1, 30 and 1. Candid Cameron still enjoying that advantage. Crosscut's going a big journey here. First up second. Jim's Big Thrill gapping at the cones third. Check Your Source. Wide for the drive fourth into the stretch. Candid Cameron. Crosscut. Stubborn refuses to go away. Deep stretch. Candid Cameron on the line prevails. Crosscut raced very well here for second. Tight for third. Jim's Big Thrill against Check Your Source. Candid Cameron's home. 2 minutes. 4/5. There's Candid Cameron returning back to the 5th race. Winner's circle at Nortside. The 12-year-old Bay Gelding by Sports Writer is out of the Cammy Best Stam. Will be best. For co-owners Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall, and Colin Rankin. Colin handles the training duties, and Larry Snow handles the driving duties. Candid Cameron starts 2026 getting his picture taken, and today got his picture taken for the 28th time as he closes in on $150,000 in career earnings. Good trip, 2 minutes, 4/5. Candid Cameron and Larry Snow in the afternoon's 5th at Nortside. Fifth race is official. Jim's Big Thrill was third. Candid Cameron, the race winner. Cross Cut was second. Check Your Source finished fourth. Zayden's Luck was scratched, and Last Chance finished fifth. Fractions of 29, 1 minute and 2, 1:30 and 1, and 2 minutes 4/5 for 2. Candid Cameron. Top down 3, 1, 2, 4 scratch, 5 on the bottom. Candid Cameron paid a nice $13.60 to win, $11.50 and $2.50 to place and show. Cross Cut at $5.50 and $2.10, and Jim's Big Thrill $2.10 to show. 2-3 Exactor in the 5th was $38.30. The 2-3-1 Triactor at $56.40, and the $1 Superfecta 2-3-1-4, it returned $62.45. Sixth race comes up next. It's the Winners Over in Week 1 here on opening day 2026. It kicks off the late daily double. Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta. Win, place, show wagering. 10 minutes to sixth race post time. 6 race entries are on track for Post Parade. Ranked Contender, the 1. Peter McKinnon owns and trains. Arden Mofford will do the driving. 2 Thunder Alley for Terry Morrison, Erwin Cleaner, Kirk McRae, and Angus McCachran. Heather Hawkins trains. Kevin Bailey gets the catch drive call. 3 Country Diamond Larry Snow drives for trainer Leonard McClellan and co-owner Francis Romard. 4 Kiss Me I'm Irish. Bernie, Joe, and Ian McNeil share the ownership. Ian does the training with Mark Pazzarello. 5 Windermere Ryan rounds out the field. Joel, Harold, and Brett LeBlanc are the owners. Joel does the training. Harold LeBlanc Jr. is in the bike. Field of 5 to contest the Week 1 winners over here on opening day 2026. Kicks off the late double with Triactor Exactor, Superfect, and Win Play Show wagering with 5 minutes to 6th race post time. And so we have a really competitive looking group here of 5 for the winners over on opening day to start the late double. I went to the rail. Sometimes in a competitive race, you go to that post position advantage. 3-1 here on the 1 Ranked Contender. Most improved horse at Northside in 2025. 8 wins, 7 seconds, and 2/3 rose up the ranks, the conditioned ranks, and ended up in the Governor's Cup, where he won a couple of eliminations before finishing a great 3rd in the final with Aiden Dix in the bike. Now Arden Mofford hops back on board, and Arden drove him as well last year. Banked over $9,300 and shown that he doesn't have to be on the lead to win. A number of those victories came rallying from off the pace, so he's versatile, and that gives Arden some advantages, I think, leaving at the inside. He does not have to be on the lead here. Probably can work out a good close-up trip from the rail. 5-2 right now on the most even betting board of the day here at the Downs. We'll try the 1 Ranked Contender to take the winners over in the 6th. For second, I went to the 2 Thunder Alley, who got off to a really fast start here at Northside last year in May. So keep that in mind. The 10-year-old gelding by Mystery Chase for trainer Heather Hawkins. Kevin Bailey gets the catch drive call. Reeled off 7 victories here last year at the Downs. Has got his 40th lifetime victory here last fall, and over 100,000 in career earnings. Likes to do his racing on the lead, and would not be surprised if Kevin tries to point him to the front here. And you'll see on the chart lines, when he made the front early in October, was a winner for Gerard Kennedy in 59 flat, and came back for Gerard late in October to win in 2 minutes and 1/5. Qualifier was great, 2-1 and 3 with Mark Pazzarello on board, and that was another wire-to-wire score. 5-2 right now, and he was the 5-2 morning line favorite. 2 Thunder Alley we will use to round out the exactor. Current favorite at 8-5. Also had 7 wins last season. That's the 3-entry Country Diamond. The 5-year-old Lazarus Gelding hit the board 15 times, banked over 7,300, and is another one that shows some really good gate speed. Mark Pazzarello was in the bike for the qualifier here. Actually, 2 qualifiers in 2-3 and 1 and 2-3. So comes into the race in good shape and finished the season last year hitting the board in his last 5 starts. So very consistent pacer for Leonard and Francis, and gets to leave mid-pack here today, and now is a slight favorite at 9-5 with 2 minutes to post the 3 Country Diamond. and another one who can leave the gate with the best of them here at the Downs. So we'll round out the Superfecta. And that is the 4 Kiss Me I'm Irish, the 9-year-old mare by Big Jim. She made almost 8,000 last season and is looking for her 40th lifetime victory here in 2026 for Team McNeil. Mark Pazzarello has been the regular pilot aboard the 4-time aged pacing mare of the year here at Nortside, and she qualified finishing 3rd to Country Diamond and Coal Creek Guerrero in 203 and 4, and spent much of last year again racing the winners over here at the Downs. Currently, Kiss Me I'm Irish is at 3-1. Not sure if we can duplicate that 5-horse win photo from early on the card today, but I expect these 5 to be tightly bunched here in the winners over competitive-looking group of 5. I've gone in programmed order for my top selections here this week. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good luck with your selections. Final call at the windows for the afternoon 6. Starter calls the horses. It's post time for the afternoon 6. It's the week 1 winners over in today's 6th. Field of 5 behind the McRae Home Hardware starting gate with ranked contender and Arden Mofford. Thunder Alley, Kevin Bailey. Country Diamond, Larry Snow. Kiss Me I'm Irish, Mark Pazzarello. Windermere Ryan for Harold LeBlanc Jr. Afternoon 6, top of the stretch. They're all on gate. They're all on stride. Post time at Nortside. There they go, off and pacing, and Thunder Alley, as expected, firing out into the turn. Ranked contender set up for a 2-hole ride, then 3rd at the inside. Another 2 lengths back to Country Diamond. Kiss Me I'm Irish to lay off the speed early here in week 1 from 4th. And from the outside, post 5, Windermere Ryan can see them all from back there in 5th. So they've all got positions at the pylons. The field of 5 going to the opening quarter. And Kevin Bailey can ration out the speed aboard the veteran Thunder Alley, who leads it past that opening station. It's up in 29 and 2/5. Ranked contender right snug up in the pocket there for the Big M 2nd. Country Diamond another length back 3rd. Kiss Me I'm Irish yet to be heard from here off that 3/8 turn 4th. And Windermere Ryan will have to sweep them on opening day from back there in 5th. No early challengers. Advantage to Thunder Alley and Bailey here, who will try to get a second quarter breather in past the half. Ranked contender's going to have a decision to make because he's been towed into it all the way in the pocket there 2nd. The half's up in a minute. 4/5. Country Diamond may be the first now to move at 5/8 there from 3rd. Kiss Me I'm Irish will have to make a decision to try and catch that cover 4th. And Windermere Ryan trails 5th. Oh, Bailey has called on Thunder Alley to sprint now. And he's opened up 3 down at 3/4. Ranked Contender's going to have some work to do second. Country Diamond there third, and Kiss Me I'm Irish fourth. They're strung out now, 29-2 in the third, 3/4 30-1, just over an eighth of a mile left to go. And Thunder Alley likes the racing here in May at the Downs. He started last season with a fresh start here and took the winners over, and he's going to start off May 2026 in the winner's circle again. He's got his 41st lifetime victory here today. Went right down the road over Ranked Contender and Country Diamond. Oh, and he sealed the deal at 28-3 for a mile and 1. 58-4. There's Thunder Alley returning back to the 6th race winner circle at Nortside. 10-year-old Big Elling by Mystery Chase from the Mach 3 Dam. The Three of Us. Co-owned by Terry Morrison, Irwin Cleaner, Kirk McRae, and Angus McAkron. Heather Hawkins handles the training duties. The line's handed over to Kevin Bailey this afternoon, and Kevin put Thunder Alley on top all the way for his first win, of course, and his first start here in 2026. The veteran pacer got his 41st lifetime victory. He was fresh and sharp on the end of it. 28-3 to close it out, and he likes the May racing here at the Downs. We said in our preview that he got off to a good start here last year in the winner's over, and he's right back in the winner's circle in May once again here at Nortside. It's Bailey and Hawkins teaming up with Thunder Alley, the Week 1 winners over. Score in the 6th today in 1, 58-4. And that gives Kevin a driving double here on opening day 2026. Sixth race official Ranked Contender finished second. Thunder Alley, the race winner. Country Diamond was third. Kiss Me, I'm Irish, fourth. Windermere Ryan finished fifth. 29-2, a minute and 4. 130-1, and the mile 158-4 for 2 Thunder Alley. Top down, it's 2-1-3, 4, then 5 on the bottom. Thunder Alley paid $640, $250, and $210. Ranked Contender $260 and $210. Country Diamond $2.10 to show. 2-1 Exactor $10.80. 2-1-3 Try $21.70. $1 Superfecta 2-1-3-4 at $31.60. And the pick 5 today, 5 of 5 on a $1 ticket. It returned $106.30. Seventh and final to wrap up opening day 2026 at Nortside comes up next with no program changes and post time in 11 minutes. Winner of the afternoon's 50-50. Drawn trackside in the winner's circle for $500 to Peter McKinnon. Congratulations, Peter. Entries on track for post parade for the afternoon 7th and final. Cold Creek Guerrero, the 1. Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall share the ownership. Warren McKinnon trains. Jake Jacobs will do the driving. 2 Wine and Cheddar is owned by Arden Mofford, trained by Warren McKinnon. Arden is in the bike. 3 Savoir de Hurrah, Harold LeBlanc Jr., Joel LeBlanc are the owners. Harold LeBlanc Jr. training and driving. 4 Della's Playboy is owned and trained by George Della Valle with Keegan Madden. 5 Shadowcross Hooper, Richie and Sandra O'Donnell and Gage O'Connor share the ownership. Richie trains with Mark Pazzarello. Wims Wonder 6 rounds out the field. Travis Campbell, Gardner Mines, owns and trains. Larry Snow is in the sulky. Field of 6 to contest today's 7th and final. Triactor, Exactor, Superfecta, Win Play Show wagering 5 minutes to 7th race post time. So we'll close out opening day with 4 minutes to post. It's a field of 6 from the rail. The current favorite at even money is the 1 Cold Creek Guerrero, our top selection here up top at the Downs. This 6-year-old lightly raced gelding by Dolly, recently acquired by Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall. Race last year, just 2 starts last year, but showed some really good speed off a qualifying win at Pocono Downs in 52-3. 8 lifetime wins from just 54 starts, but in those 54 starts has banked over $93,000. So comes to Nortside. The qualifier was good. He was parked out the whole mile and still finished second to Country Diamond, who we just saw in the winners over. So comes into a decent spot here, non-winners of 6:01, and draws inside. Jake Jacobs in the bike for trainer Warren McKinnon. And the back class showing up on the tote board right now. Old Creek Guerrero was bet down to 3-5 with 3 minutes to post. For second, I went to the 4-entry Della's Playboy, who was 3-1 on the morning line. Keegan Madden in the bike for owner-trainer George Della Valle. Just 16 starts last year for Della's Playboy, the 8-year-old gelding by Ameripan Gigolo, but did have 4 wins and is looking for his 20th lifetime victory today. Qualifier was good, was a winner in 2:04-3. On the front end, which you don't see very often for Della's Playboy, usually out and on the move early in the mile. He is a grinder and a good one at that. 9-2 right now is a fair price. We're going to use Della's Playboy to round out our 7th race exactor. If you're playing the Triactor, I've gone to the 2 Wine and Cheddar, who had 10 top 3 finishes last season for Arden Mofford, who's in the bike, and trainer Warren McKinnon. Last start to close out 2025 was a winning one, and non-winners of 451, so moves up slightly in class here to start 2026. Can leave the gate and should get a ground-saving journey in here from post 2 right now at 7-2, the 2 Wine and Cheddar. And if you're playing the Superfecta, I've gone to the 5 Shadowcross Hooper, 5-1 on the morning line. Right now, he's up to 8-1. Mark Pazzarello teaming up with the O'Donnells and Gage O'Connor. 5-time winner last season from just 25 starts and had a season's best 59-2. He's one who consistently paces in the 2-2 range last fall here at the Downs, and a slight step up in class here from where he was at the end of last season. Looks like a fairly wide open 7th, except the one Coal Creek Guerrero. He's bet down to 2-5. We'll see if he can live up to that heavy billing here as they get set to go in the 7th race. 1-4-2-5 are my top 4 selections. Good luck with yours. Starter Joe Garib and the Cray Home Hardware starting gate. They're in motion. It's post time for the afternoon's finale. Seventh and final on opening day, field of 6. Coal Creek Guerrero and Jake Jacobs, Wine and Cheddar, Arden Moffat, Savoie, Duhara, Harold LeBlanc Jr., Della's Playboy, Keegan Baden, Shadow Cross Hooper, Mark Pazzarello, Whims Wonder on the grandstand side for Larry Snow. It's the finale on opening day. They're on gate, and they're on stride. Post time at Nortside. Oh, that's a beauty start. Wine and Cheddar, Coal Creek Guerrero, Savoir Duhara, they're leaving out into the turn. Coal Creek Guerrero emerging with top spot, but Wine and Cheddar on to apply the pressure second. Filling the pocket third is Savoir Duhara. How about a little 3-wide action to the quarter here in the finale as Coal Creek Guerrero leads it. Della's Playboy taking a shot early there second. Between Pacers, Wine and Cheddar got the worst of it third. Savoir Duhara fills the pocket fourth. Then Shadow Cross Hooper and Whims Wonder pitter patter. Coal Creek Guerrero got at her. Jake Jacobs put the hammer down. 28-4 opened it up. Parked out second, the Regent Street. There was a couple of them issued. Della's Playboy lives on second. Well back third at the inside, Savoie Duhara. Fourth to Wine and Cheddar. Then fifth, Shadow Cross Hooper and Whims Wonder trails Coal Creek Guerrero, the midway point leader here, but was used hard to get there over Della's Playboy, who decided to take into the pocket through a torrid opening half mile. It's 58-4. Clear by 3 en route to 5/8. Della's Playboy will try to reel that one in second. Well strung out third to Savoir Duhara. Then Wine and Cheddar, followed by Shadow Cross Hooper and Whims Wonder, but it's still Coal Creek Guerrero, the boss, down at 3/4 and still clear by 3 in 129-2. Della's Playboy trying to cut into that lead second. Third at the inside, Savoie Duhara. Then fourth, Wine and Cheddar. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Coal Creek Guerrero into the stretch. Della's Playboy is going to be heard from, though, on the outside. Coal Creek Guerrero. Della's Playboy, one last shot. Deep stretch, Coal Creek Guerrero on the line for Jakey Jacobs to win it. Della's Playboy second, tight for third, Savoie Duhara against Wine and Cheddar in 2:01-3. There's Cold Creek Guerrero returning back to the 7th race winner circle at Nortside. 6-year-old Big Elling by Dolly is out of the Fit for Life Dam Time All Black Satin for co-owners Roy Dixon, Logan Woodall. They got a couple of wins on the card. Warren McKinnon handles the training duties, and Jake Jacobs with the catch drive call to the winner's circle. Cold Creek Guerrero on top all the way. Made some racing action exciting to the opening quarter. 3 wide. Regent Street issued here by Jakey. 28-4, 58-4, and fended off Della's Playboy as Cold Creek Guerrero got his first win, of course, on the season and his first start. 9th lifetime victory today. 201-3. Cold Creek Guerrero and Jake Jacobs to close out opening day 2026 at Northside Downs. Afternoon 7th race is official. Cold Creek Guerrero, the race winner. Wine and Cheddar was 3rd. Savoie Duhara 4th. Della's Playboy 2nd. Shadow Cross Hooper 5th. Wims Wonder finished 6th. Through fractions of 28-4, 58-4. 129-2 in the mile. 201-3 for 1 Cold Creek Guerrero. Top down, it's 1, 3, 4, 2, 5, 6 on the bottom. Cold Creek Guerrero returned 450, 210-210. Della's Playboy 210-210. Wine and Cheddar $2.40 to show. 1-4 exactor in the finale at $10.30. The late double paid $59.50. 1-4-2 triactor $37 even. The late or the pick 4 of 4 on a $1 ticket at $100.75. And the 20-cent superfecta returned $2.23. Total wager on opening day, just 7 races, was $17,088. Second card of 2026 goes to post next Saturday afternoon. First race post time set for 1 o'clock. From up top here at the Downs, thanking you for joining us on opening day, whether it was on track or online. Shane Ryan bidding you a safe journey home.